Greetings everyone, welcome to my channel. So today we'll continue our journey in Space Engineers. Last week we have landed on Mars, and let me share the screen. I I haven't loaded up the game yet. Let's go. Last week we have landed on Mars, and I was trying to find where the actually I'm so sure that I've landed on Mars. We have landed on another planet. It looks as if it's Mars. And we have tried to find where's the monolith. I'm not so sure even if we are on the correct planet, but what the okay, let's wait for it to load up. Yep, right. So last week I have landed on that planet, and I was trying to find where is the monolith. And I have learned something new about that thing. So we are still holding some ice. So last week we were searching for the exact the exact place where that monolith exists. As you've seen, I got a route displayed, and as you've seen, I can see my base as well. What the? So I've learned something new. Let me share it first. We are looking for the highest mountain around that planet, which will be holding the monolith on top of that. I guess that should be the zone. Let's try to understand. That looks as if it's the highest point. Let's try to head to that side. It's looking as if it's the highest place. And whenever I find the exact spot of that monolith, we will be done on that planet for now. Today, I got two things in my mind. First of all, we'll try to find the monolith. Then we will head back to Moon for completing the moonwalking achievement. Two achievements will be done this week. And if it's possible, I will try to find another thing. I'll try to farm the planet travel achievement as well. I guess that's the only achievement left for survival crafting thing. Let's try to check it. What's missing? Kill an enemy with a rifle. No. Giant leap for humankind. Visit all planets and moons in survival mode. 3 have done. And then, yep. And monolith. So after completing these, I got another achievement related to being alive, turning alive with 3 different factions that can be thought on farming as well. So I guess that's not the highest point, and that's not the highest point. I'm not even sure even if that zone holds any kind of what the that it? I don't think so, but I will look in that spot. see these kind of craters from time to time. Wish we could fly. Actually, this vehicle can fly. I'm not even sure even if I should use it with that way. I can farm ice easily on that planet, I know. But still, flying with that thing will be a difficult task because of the hydrogen consumption. That's why I'm trying to drive by and trying to head to the same spot. Okay, I'm trying to find a path for me for reaching the monolith easily. And after finding monolith, I'll directly head to the outer space. What's going on? Okay, interesting. Some kind of weird thing is going on. I guess that should be related to the loading of the planet's details. So I guess there it is. That should be the highest point on our left. Yep, that looks as if it is the correct spot. And I want to remind myself, even if these controls are correct, let's try to understand. These are, that should be the zone. Let's land down. I'll drive by a little bit more. Then we will fly on top of that. What the? Press signal. Let's turn off the thrusters. Alright, we got something new. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, in case I need it later, I've seen silver and gold at the same time. Yep, silver and gold. Yep. In case I need them both. There at the deepest section, I can see it. But still, it doesn't matter. If I got any kind of problem about these, copy from current position. Yep. I'm out of first place. I'm talking about gold. If I felt as if I'm in need, I can think on farming on different planets. Let's try to understand what does distress signal holds, because that's not that much far. Right? 7 kilometers, and we are traveling with 50 meters per second. Not that far. I'll be there in around 2 minutes. So why shouldn't I check? That can hold some. Whoa, 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 whoa. What was that? the? Uh, okay. That kind of place shouldn't exist because it's not similar with the what the cops. Yep, that's bad. It's not a possible shape that can exist on some kind of planet. So where were we? Did I found the gold spot? Nah. All right, that's unfortunate. Okay, that zone should be before using that fly down system. Yep. I guess that distress signal won't even spawn. Silicon, magnesium, nickel. Not bad. That planet holds nickel, sorry, magnesium mostly. So it's not a problematic thing, but I should find that gold and silver spot again in case I need it later. If not, it's not a problem. I think that should be the zone holding silver and gold. Maybe one just hold some iron. That's all. Let's try to pass by. There. Yep, 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 there it is. Okay. Let's try to remark that spot. Look, what the? Oh, here from GPS, silver and gold exist here. T2. All right. By the way, that's a really useful vehicle type. That should be the mountain I am looking for. I hope so. This one should be the one we are looking for. And if we are correct, we will be done in that planet's surface. If not, we'll try to check around for that monolith holding mountain again. Whoa, let me check it. I'm not even looking because I wasn't expecting that kind of shape exists. Interesting. What the SPRC Vanguard Outpost? They can act aggressive from time to time. That's why I'm not even thinking on checking these kind of places. This again. This Vanguard Outpost. So, I don't think that one is suitable for my need, but I'll try to check it in case. Let's fly. At least I can look through the top. Not the place. At least it can both fly and can be rideable around. And on top of that zone, turn on the vehicle. So I'm trying to find the highest point, but I guess I should try checking around. Maybe these zones could hold. I'm not even sure, but if we had some kind of atom thrusters, it could work better. Because right now I'm always thinking on my hydrogen consumption because I don't want to be out of hydrogen soon. Let's check even if we got some still now. Alright, so maybe I should mine some by myself and I can think on flying directly. So let's fly. Try to fly down. We'll try to find some kind of ice source. We need to pass by these zones as well. One of these should include at least one ice source place. As you've seen, we have flied a little bit higher than we expected to, and my hydrogen is dropping by from that point because recently I'm out of ice. Luckily, this vehicle is suitable for these type of missions. Blender. Let's go. Just looking for some ice around him. A little bit deep ice. Or, yep, deep. What about that type as well? It's not the ideal point for farming ice. Let's try to find another one. Trying to head through that zone. Lucky, 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 lucky. I can farm on that. I can farm on that. Let's try to drive by. Alright, park that vehicle. There is no problem. Let's try to dig it. Just pump some ice, then we will be gone. I already got enough energy storage because I have thought on that, which I can be in need of energy on some kind of planet or moon. Luckily, I got that. For that reason, I've already added some reactors on that and added some uranium, which will be last quite a long, which will be lasting quite a long time. I thought on that. Let's check the cargo capacity. Then I'll decide what to do. Alright. If you want to get rid of some of these stones, and when I talk on getting rid of, I'm meaning totally getting rid of, you can drop down, then you can use your grinder. Should be working. What's going on? I'm not bothering on that. I guess that's gone on last update. Gone in the boulder. That was an interesting way of getting rid of their usual perspective. Right, a little bit more. We will be on the way again. What the? Okay, it's trying to refill itself. All right. So what about that? Let's get rid of these. Then I'll try to check how many will be left after filling these. Let's try to understand. All right, I got around 15K ice storage. And I guess that should be enough for now. That should be enough for now. Because increasing my total weight will be another problem for me. So let's go. Maybe after running 2 more times. Some more. Done. I think that's enough for me for now. And I'll leave the unnecessary stone in here because they'll just increase my weight. They won't have any other better purpose for me. So I think we should be heading to that direction. Hope we will reach the zone we are looking for. Unfortunately, it's nighttime and I don't have that kind of equipment which is useful for enlightening the surrounding area. So, alright, let's try to lie a little bit. Try to fly a little bit. That one holds some kind of crater, but that shouldn't be the one which I was looking for. On top of the highest mountain, I should see some kind of crater holding some kind of monolith spot. That's why I'm trying to lift myself up a little bit. What the? Right, at least I am still able to see some light source around. And I'm chasing the sun right now. That's the best way for traveling around. And I got a better way already. And that's turning off the dampeners and manually trying to arrange my yep, manually arranging my altitude result with a better way to expanding hydrogen. At least I want to use hydrogen continuously for traveling forward. Each of them looks as if it's the highest mountain. It means none of them. Okay, having some kind of eclipse right now. I think so. And I need to be careful about my hydrogen storage as well because I don't want to drop down. I could also think on checking through the space, which should be a better way for traveling around the planet, but it will take much more longer than traveling in the inner sapphire. So let's try to find the exact zone for that monolith. I don't wanna crash on anywhere. We are dropping down. It can be. I can think on stopping. Could be the highest mountain. Or no, they all look similar. But I needed to head to east. And there's an easy way for handling that achievement that you can just start the Mars Planet startup and fly by for that monolith, and that'll be all. There's a crater exists, and that's not holding any kind of thing for my interest. Maybe that should be the highest point. Alright, but I'll check that one first. 5%. Luckily, I had already gathered some ice. Still got some. Still got some. Hello, welcome aboard. Thanks for following. Right now, I'm trying to find the monolith on Mars. Then we will be out. The only thing I'm interested in on that planet is finding that monolith. That's all. But I'm not even sure even if I'm heading to the correct direction or not. That's not the place I'm looking for. Soon I need to land. because my production rate is much more less than my consumption rate. I don't even think any of these looks as if the zone I'm looking for. Even if I check through a highest point, none of them none of them looks different than the others. All of them look as if the same hill type. Interesting. At least I'm traveling faster than the sun rotation speed. At least. Right now it's single player, and from time to time I can have some company from time to time, but mostly single. Most of these activities done just by myself. Okay, let's try to land. Soon the dampeners will be turned on. Touchdown is on board. Yeah, landed. So we can go. That's a multi-purpose vehicle which I've designed for these kind of tasks. This will be both useful for traveling around the planet with less energy than using some kind of atmothruster or something else. And also it can lift itself out of the planetational gravity field. Then I can head back to my spaceship, which is a little bit tiny for a capital ship, but a little bit good enough for holding some ships on itself. Luckily, I have left it on a safe spot. And I guess it should be still existing. Uh, uh, okay. I couldn't check that. Maybe. Yep. Rock Space Seeker still exists. So let's try to find a route for myself. Everywhere looks the same. Everywhere looks the same. Still trying to form some hydrogen for itself through the oxygen generator attached on that vehicle. I think I should have placed two or more. Because with that way it will took quite a long time than I expected to. Let's try to travel around a little bit with these. Another gold source, storage depot. Alright, farming through the planet is not an ideal way, and I already got one spot. And UDS storage depot. I'm not expecting any kind of thing that can be helpful for me in these situations because I'm not interested in acting as if some kind of scavenger. Silicon, ice. I guess that's all. Uh, Finding some friendly faces around feels quite safer. Because from time to time, I had some action with pirates, which were the most problematic moments for us. And also, they didn't give me any kind of benefit after that fight. I couldn't even find any kind of loot that can be useful for us. So silicon again. Let's try to climb on top of that hill. Maybe we can have a better visual around. Everywhere looks the same. Everywhere looks the same. Unknown signals could hold some kind of lootable things for your needs. I have found my first platinum source on there, and I had found my only magnesium on there as well. I haven't even mined even even once. But still we have enough components for a gunfight. Let's try to check through the top of that zone. I haven't attached any Atmo thrusters on there because of weight issues. We could be right. Everywhere looks the same. Let's stop. I'm interested in checking for something. Second. I'm not even sure what am I looking for. That will be a really high spot. That will be a really high spot. At least I got something in my mind what kind of thing I'm looking for. And maybe that can be the place we are searching for the whole time. Let's try to reach it. – Let's try to reach it. 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 I can think on forming some kind of ammunition factory on that planet, maybe. But using anthill will be much more useful than here. I can extend the refinery on that settlement with attaching just some more refineries maybe. And I guess my yep, my orbital asteroid station, yep, orbital station still refining some resources, I guess. That looks as if this one on my front looks as if the one I'm looking for. But as I've told before, each of them looks the same for me. We should be careful around. Fortunately, I haven't got any kind of spotlight attached on the frontal side. For that reason, I got a visual problem when I'm trying to drive. The only light source is the one attached to my spacesuit. That's all. That's not giving that much light. It's not even enough for a correct brake. By the way, we got a long way back to drive by for reaching my Rock Space Seeker. Unfortunately, unfortunately. But I guess I'll use the outer space zone when I try to travel back. It will take a longer time to travel back, I know, but it is not a problem for me because driving around with a four-wheeler is a dangerous task on an unknown planet. From time to time, I can see different shapes around. Hope this one will be the highest mountain. Looks as if quite high enough. I'll try to travel on top of that. Some kind of magnesium boulder exists. Alright, that's the ideal time for flying. Or, yep, in every case, I'll need to try to reach on top of that. I guess that's not the highest one. Still, I will need to fly up a little bit. Alright, that's not the highest one. That's not even close. What I'm looking for. I'm trying to find the unknown. That's the exact problem. As you can see, I can easily lift it. Let's try to lift a little bit in case I can see something looks as if the one I'm looking for. Maybe that can be. Whoa, some kind of storm have occurred. Oh, it's not the disaster type that can give me some kind of harm. That can be the one I'm looking for, or not. I'm not even sure even if it's the correct one or not, but still I need to reach it in case it can be. Let's try to touchdown. What the go? Try to touchdown. I think that looks as if the one I'm looking for. I want to touchdown first for some kind of safety issues. Let's go down. Let's go down. Time to touch down, and that's my direction to lead on. Yep, that's it. Alright, the main thrusters are not enough for lifting that vehicle on that kind of planet. On that kind of planet, but luckily we kind of have some kind of dampening system which holds some additional thrusters heading down. With that way, I can lift myself easily. But I need to be careful around because that side holds some kind of hills that could bring me a different type of trouble. Yeah. So I need to be careful. And that looks as if high enough. But as I told before, I'm not even sure even if I'm looking for the correct place. Because it will be my first time. It will be my first time to reach that monolith. We're just heading forward. We're only dampening Buy the downside. I haven't turned on the main thrusters. Yep. With a tiny bit amount of angle arrangement. I've done that. I have done that. But that one looks higher than the one I'm heading for. Uh, Alright, we are heading to that mountain and wish that will be the one I'm looking for, and I think it's not. $55%. What about my ice storage? I have spent the first half of my ice storage. That's not good. That's not good. Maybe I should speed up myself a little bit. Bit that way. Alright, speed up myself a little bit. I think it's not the one I'm looking for, but it looks as if. This time at least it looks as if. Soon we will be on top of that place. I think I should have at least 50% of my hydrogen storage filled for reaching the outer space. It holds a crater on top of that, but it's not the similar looking type. Maybe I'm heading through a wrong angle. That's why the visual looks a little bit different. Come on. You should be. You should be. You should be the one holding the monolith. You should be the one holding the monolith. It has a crater on top of that. In every case, I'll slow down. Come on. Please. I think it's not. Yep, it's not. Make a touchdown. Unfortunately, it's not the mountain I'm looking for, but it looks the same. And we are looking that kind of place. What an unfortunate found. From time to time, sun can pass by these planets. This type of place I'm looking for. It should be looking a little bit wider. Should be looking a little bit wider. What an unfortunate thing for me, because I have thought on I I could have found correct spot. We did not. Let's try to wait a little bit, because in that time it's trying to fill my hydrogen tanks. I got some snow in here, I know, but it's not useful for farming ice. So let's try to fly by again. Top of that mountain. Want to have some visual of the surrounding area. We are looking that kind of place. That should be a higher point, but it's not looking as if the zone I'm looking for, so I'm not bothering on that. But the zone we should be checking for should hold some kind of icy field on that snowy mountain. Let's stop. I'm trying to find some kind of mountain top which holds some snow on that. I think I'm closer than I am. Right now, my ice storage is about to be depleted soon, so I don't have I don't have that much opportunity of flying around. Maybe I should have thought on farming a little bit more ice. And we haven't found any kind of place for exploring. Alright, let's try to fly again to another mountain top. Maybe it can have a better visual. It should have some hydrogen. It should have some hydrogen for lifting us to the outer space. And as you've seen, its consumption rate increasing when I'm trying to lift myself higher a little bit. So it's trying to rearrange its altitude. Done. Let's turn these dampening thrusters off. But that way it's just trying to lift itself, and it's traveling forward at the same time. The hydrogen system attached on that vehicle for just one purpose, lifting us back to the outer space. That's its only purpose. So in that situation, It's still working better than it should be. And also that's not the one holding that monolith, because the shape is not looking as I expect to find. Some kind of graphical issues could occur from time to time. We expect these kind of things. Unfortunately, that's not the mountain I'm looking for still. I'm just trying to find some kind of wide looking mountain type which holds some snowy fields on that also. Or, no, the shape shouldn't be the same because it belongs to another gameplay type. 36%, so soon I need to land. My last 50%, sorry, last 5% should be useful for the emergency situations, because for the last touchdown, the 5% should be enough. At least I can land safely that way. Let's try to travel around a little bit through that traveling way. I don't think I am even looking close to the zone I'm looking for. Well, 35%. Try to lower my angle a little bit each time. With that way, the lifting system also covers the speed need for heading forward. But none of them looks as if even close to the one I'm looking for. Maybe the monolith doesn't exist on that gameplay. I don't even have any kind of clue for working on that purpose. But the monolith, finding the monolith will be my first priority. None of them even looking close to the thing I was trying to find. This time I'm getting far away from that lightning storm. That's something. Still trying to find that monolith, and as I've told before, I'm not even feeling as if I'm getting close. Maybe, maybe that side should hold. Well, maybe that one could hold the thing I'm looking for. Let's try to head to that spot. Of course, changing my direction uses a huge amount of hydrogen. What's that? Whoa, unknown distress signal. And there's a dome. That's a trade post. Yep, that's a trade post. We found a spot for trading post on Mars. Yep, that's a dome. And there's an unknown distress signal, which could hold something for my needs. Right there. Right. 500 meters. At that direction, I've seen a dome. Yep. Let's try to work on the touchdown. Nice. Save. I want to have a manual save right now. And let's try to find what kind of mysteries that signal could hold. An SCMU, well, a drop ship. Nice. Okay. What are these? Nice. They hold some thruster components. And, whoa, large atmo thrusters. Nice. I can think on collecting these. Maybe. What about that? Let's try to hack. Nice. Nice. I have found some kind of resources on top of that spot. Nice found. At least I can think on placing some of these on some kind of spot as if I can form some kind of place without any kind of farming. But nah, I guess these containers won't be enough. Luckily, you got these kind of systems attached. So that beacon holds some kind of trade post. Grids, none. Large tubes. Blah blah. Large tubes. Pipe. Beacon. Let's get rid of some of these parts. Because I'm trying to get rid of the crow. Nice. As we have found some ice, which will be useful for my needs as well. Grab them. And by the way, I shouldn't need to carry them with me every time. And these as well. Nice. And what about that? Right. The first part of the tree built by tree they come. By tree die they open. I found some thruster components in case I need some platinum. We got any other? Huh. My sister was having her first kid. I was supposed to meet him. I'm not supposed to die here. Okay, that's an unfortunate thing that can occur. What about that? Insect cryo room. Not bad. Hold some medical components. AI defense. Okay, nice. We got any other container type? I don't expect to see any of these. It's a rusty place. Will stock, blah blah. It's still heading through that zone. AI, inset bottom panel, inset kitchen. Let's grab that one. What's next? Interesting. Kitchen. I think I want to grab that thing with me. Blah, blah, blah. At least I will have enough parts for forming some kind of Atma thrusters in case I need some. Alright, that's the battery. About that, that's a doorway. No, that's light armor block. Uh, okay, that's the edge. Let's drop them again. Soon we will get rid of that ship. I'm not interested in totally dismantling it. A little bit parts would be useful in case we need them. And by the way, I'll try to grab that cryo as well because it holds some. Where was that? Where was that? It holds some medical components. And if I try to form some kind of survival kit on any place, the medical components will be needed. That's why I'm focused on that. But about that zone, corner, useless. And soon we will deplete that functional parts. computers could be grabbed through here. Or, yep, I can collect as much thruster component as I can. Because as I told before, having some kind of trading station close enough will bring me a beneficial way for obtaining some kind of suitable spot around that area. Let's try to collect as much steel plate as I can. That battery is totally filled, but I'm not interested in working on that. Actually, I can directly think on attaching some kind of control system and thrusters and gyros blah blahs on top of that. With that way, I can lift it easily. And maybe I should. It could result better. Instead of dismantling that thing totally, it could result better. About these. Nice, nice, nice way to fly by. What about that? Again, iron thrusters. I think I accidentally divide that thing into two pieces. Your battery. Let's recharge myself. If I had some kind of batteries attached on some kind of way around my thing, I could have thought on using these. By the way, that's a large ship. In any case, if you are in need, you can attach some kind of production facilities on that for changing your situation. So let's check what I have got. Computer, model parts, small steel tube, large steel tube, not bad. And grids, girder, detector components, radio components, and this one. And thruster. Alright. Display should belong to somewhere near here. Yep. And bulletproof glasses could belong to here also. I can dismantle these. Or I can use the power on that battery for forming some kind of thing I'm looking for. That can you fly still? Okay. So we can think on using that battery's power. Yep. So how can I do that? First of all, we want to have some kind of way to travel around. But I can think on using that battery's power by lifting it with some thrusters, but it will be a little bit complicated. It will be a tiny bit amount of complicated. That's why I'm thinking on using on that. What was I up to? What was I up to? Let's try to form some kind of place for myself with the one I have found. First of all, extend that zone. Then I want to have some kind of huh. It can have just wheels because the dome is not quite far enough. Let's try to find till the dome. Can I just drive? Huh, I can travel around. Yep, I can travel around that way. So I can just easily reach the dome by driving. So we will try to form some kind of four-wheeler again. I'll try to attach my Planet Seeker on that four-wheeler and I'll just drop that four-wheeler around that dome as a base. That's the thing in my mind. What are we up to? Yep. Let's try to add some more blocks on top of that. Okay. So when I got enough materials for constructing an assembler, let's handle it. All right. Put down. No. Okay. Try to find some computers. That one doesn't hold any. That one doesn't hold any. Doesn't hold any computers. None. That means we need to construct the basic version first. Or 10 in here. Can I find 20 more? 5 in here. 5 in timer block. 10 in that one. Should I have a way for finding some more? I don't even understand how can you form some kind of console module without any kind of computer pieces? I don't get it. That doesn't hold the again. Come on. Yeah, this desk. Insert code, insert kitchen. So that means, first of all, I'll need to have basic assembler. On top of that, otherwise it will drop every type of resource through here. Unfortunately, we'll need a little bit amount of computers. So that's still unclaimed. And I complete my first thing. Computers could be grabbed through here. The other ones still exist. So, all right. Yeah, grab the unnecessary things from here. All right. I think it can be using the power source. Silicon will be needed, so let's go grab these ones because they hold a huge amount of silicon, which will be more than enough for us for now. Disassemble all of them, and in that time I'll bring back the iron. Right, going on. Claim that NPC grid. Or no, not right now. I got something in my mind. Maybe I can work on that after dividing it. Alright, assemble some computer parts. I think that's the only missing thing for completing my assembler. So let's grab them back. Okay. Top. I need to recharge myself soon. If that's all. We can add these ones in here. Done. And let's grab that one back. All right. Recharge. Recharge! I'll get rid of some parts in case I can be in need of some volume. And by the way, that is ideal for my needs for now. And later I can attach some kind of refinery in the frontal side of that in case we need it, but not right now. For now, my first priority is obtaining what the my first priority is obtaining some what the, come on, I don't want to fly each time. That's better. That's better. So I can dismantle these parts because they have a huge volume. Where was that? Yep. As you've seen, 70 liters. A huge amount of volume for a single component. So the computer parts are in a better situation for now, and this will be gone. And I'll transfer the includings in that zone as well. As you've seen, it's dismantling and it's just giving me some silicons and iron. That's good. So it has an holding point for acting as an attachment zone. Let's leave what the unknown signal have occurred. What the? Come on, wrong side. Again, the same thing to be done. Oh, head back. Again, disassemble. Right. Soon I'll work on forming some computer parts again. And maybe I can attach some kind of solar panel with a auxiliary system on that. With that way, it could be more functional than my needs. After finding that dome, the excitement about that planet have increased as you've seen, because I'm interested in increasing my relationship state with other factions, which can be done easier through the outer space, I know, but still, it's another way for working on that kind of task. Also, I kind of like farming resource. In case we need, we can think on attaching some kind of drilling facility around. Or I already kind of have some kind of design in my mind for some kind of drilling facility which can fly around. And as you can see, my cargo capacity is much more functional with getting rid of these radio components. And also the same for these, the medical components. And also the same for these. They're still holding quite a huge amount of volume. The same on these. And I think I don't have enough metal grit for completing any kind of thing, and I don't know why. At least it can be useful for attaching at least one cargo container. Yep, I can attach one. I can attach one. Hmm. Yep, that could be done. Let's handle it. Unfortunately, I won't have enough components for completing a large one because of lackness of cobalt. I don't have any. But I can fill at least one of these. Okay, that's the way. Uh-huh, uh-huh, I like it. Uh-huh. I need to form another pathway. Like that, like that. Right. I can handle my needs without needing offline. And some kind of storm will occur soon. And I can carry all the goods from here, but dismantling that one will be a better way to grabbing lootable things around. Let's begin with dismantling the top floor. I need to be careful, otherwise I can accidentally Damage the batteries. Sorry, damage the battery. Wish it could be batteries. Unfortunately, we got just one. We'll just leave them in here. Okay. Maybe in that new dump spot, I can find some kind of way to buy some grid, something else. But the game gave me some kind of reason for forming a tiny place that can be used in here. Unfortunately, I don't have enough resource for forming any kind of Atmo thruster flying blah blah thing. But this one holds some iron thrusters. That's something else. Let's try to go on dismantling that thing. And I will work on attaching some kind of wheels around here. Let's recharge. By the way, that Planet Seeker worked because I found an unknown distress signal which gave me the functional the functionality of placing some kind of base around, and I guess the dome is close to monolith space. If I'm correct on that, if I'm correct, it will be a huge thing. It will be a huge thing. Next, dismantle. So down. Soon it will be totally gone. Soon it will be totally gone. Okay. Come on. The interior plates. I should be careful around that area and for some kind of safety issues, I'm interested in constructing some of these because I can hit them accidentally. It can be the end of my dream. The only thing needs to be stain. Whoa, whoa, whoa. By the way, Interesting. Hmm. All right, all right, all is all of them, I think. Let's check the info. Blocks 14. Claim the NPC grid. Okay. Right now it's just static fill, but it will be dynamic soon when I attach some wheels and some kind of control panel. It will be dynamic, which I will be using to travel around. And it's still using that battery's power, but we'll need another battery. And I haven't even designed the zone on my mind. That's why I'm still waiting. But the battery could be placed in here, and I can give up on using that zone. Yep, it could work. And that zone could hold a wheel wherever the wheel is attached. Yep, that's a huge one. But by three, by three, by three, by three. Let's grab some steel plates. And we can understand even if that system could work. I need to extend it a little bit, otherwise it can flip. I don't have enough spot for the blah blah thingy. Let's try to understand even if we got enough spot or not. 3 by 3. I think the wheel won't fit. No, it fits the left side. Let's take it a little bit out of the way. Soon we will be heading to that beacon with another wheeler. I guess that's it. Right suspension. From time to time, I can hear some interesting sounds. I have grabbed these for that kind of work. Grab some more. For now, it should be stationary. It will be gone soon. Let's fly to the other side again. No. President, attaching battery in here. Can reach through here, yep. Alright, small cargo container should be my main place for holding each of them. Small tube, large tube, steel plate. Alright, let's get rid of some bulletproof glasses should be needed soon. Alright, I'll carry each of these from here. I'm not interested in forming any other connector station connection port for that kind of vehicle, but I'm interested in forming some kind of connection port for that vehicle because I can think on refueling myself with that ship, that wheeler just formed by me with the wreckage we have found. And by the way, if you've seen some kind of unknown signal, you can dismantle it and it won't give any kind of harm to any kind of relationship with any other faction. Unknown is just unknown. That's all. Alright, so let's go on. What was we are up to? And what about that? Alright, let's grab some components for that. Just steel tubes are missing. What the? That's the wheel. What about that side? Grab it. Still, we got some components up there. Nice. Right. Grab some more. We got the large steel tube. Yep. Alright, the first two wheels are constructed. And I'll need some batteries. At least one. So let's try to form one of these. How can I do that? I can dismantle some motors for that purpose. Let's grab them. I don't have enough cobalt in here. For that reason, I won't have the opportunity of flying that thing totally. So let's dismantle 100 motor pieces. It will bring me some nickel. And in that time, I can carry everything through here. Everything? Everything. From that point, I should be careful about my material stock because soon it will be depleted. Maybe I can get rid of this much display. They won't be needed. Not even sooner, not even later. Still two. Done. Let's grab one, this one. Okay. Four-wheeler will be usable soon. Let's try to form the batteries. There we are. Yep, right now I have formed enough nickel for forming some batteries with dismantling just some motors. And by the way, if you have some kind of difficulties about farming some of these around the map, you can easily farm stone. That's the beginning of the game. You farm stone, you turn them into gravel, iron, silicon, and nickel by survival kit. Then afterwards you'll construct your first basic assembler and basic refinery. Afterwards you'll work on farming the resources directly. Then you will begin the exact construction. My capital ship also holds some kind of refinery on itself. Remember that. I want to drive that thing out of here. How could it be possible? Possible. Possible. How could it be possible? And the game is giving me some gifts, I guess. The unknown signal is dropping so close. Also, motor pieces needs a huge place, huge volume. They got a low density. Let's carry them. My first priority is transforming that thing into a drivable state with its own batteries. Alright, so I was thinking on production. Yep. Let's check. Where was the battery? Battery. So, do I got enough materials for forming 160 pieces? Yep. I'll make two. Yep, two will be enough. I'll make two batteries. And it will be enough for now. And by the way, let's try to work on the main shaft. Okay. Texture component, display, done. Soon it will be out of materials. I don't have any kind of refinery, so the scrap metal, which I will grab through dismantling that, will be a totally useless thing till I form some kind of basic or normal refinery. At least we are in a better situation on that planet, because I'm not interested in using that one as a four-wheeler. As I've told, it's just for lifting that thing till I reach the dome. Then I'll try to turn that thing into some kind of stationary place. But that inertia dampening systems are gone. So, yep, we have get rid of each thing in here, and already we are out of ice. That's an interesting and dangerous situation. Soon it will be gone. After reaching that monolith, I can think on farming some ice around without any kind of hesitation, because that's easier with holding that kind of large stationary piece. And with the ship's parts, soon I'll have a four-wheeler, and we don't have any kind of part attached in here. So let's go, and I can think on, huh, all right, I'll fly that thing on top of that. So I'll not need a suitable piece. Maybe I can attach a connector on top of that zone, at least with one conveyor tube, because of the thrusters. I don't want to damage the thing I have constructed. So I'll need a shaft zone through here. Let's try to make it go. I didn't even realize that we are out of inventory spot. Alright, so one by one. Maybe I should attach some batteries in here, or uh, it could be dangerous for batteries. By three they come, by three they way open. It's a phrase from Diablo. It's a battery, where is the battery? So from that moment I opened it. Won't expect to have in any kind of need. On top of that. Two. Okay. Alright, we are out of computers. Luckily, I got enough material for constructing them easily. Computer parts. Let's turn that one into recharge state, because I want to get rid of that one as soon as I can. Still trying to construct some power cells, I think. Yep. Okay. Alright, we'll just wait for these. But in that time, I can turn that thing into recharge state as well. Because first of all, why not? And maybe when it's stationary, I can think on attaching some kind of wind turbine on top of that, but no. I'll work on that when I turn that thing into a real station. So this side will be gone totally soon. What else? Alright, let's try to continue on my main construction. Grab some steel plates. Do I still got some iron? Still got some. Won't be enough for forming a... Alright, for this type of shape, it won't be enough. So extending it a little bit more will be a difficult thing for us for now because soon I'll be out of steel plates. I'll need at least two, at least just one more wheel. Two will be suitable for stability, but one is a must. Extend it a little bit, extend it a little bit, extend it a little bit. That should be the correct spot for holding the wheels. 100 for each side. Alright. So let's place the wheelers again. 3 by 3. It has fitted. Left 3 by 3. Right. What the? Take it. That's left piece. That's left piece again. Right piece will be needed on that side. Done. Alright, I can climb on top of that. Now it's looking quite good. I think we won't have enough large steel tubes for completing both of these, but still, I'll try. That at least the steel plates were enough. And complete. Complete. Yes, I got enough components for both of them. Yep, I got enough components for both of them. And before heading out, I'll just need one connector on top of that system for attaching that thing. And with that way, I can recharge that system with the uranium I hold in my Planet Seeker. That's a nice addition. And from that point, when I attach some kind of control station, it can head out. But right now, as you can expect, I'll have I'll need to have some kind of break, tiny short break, because the nature is calling. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in no time. I'm back again. Yeah, we are back again. What's missing for now? Control station, which needs to be attached right here. Control seat, interior plate. I got enough. I got enough. I got enough. Just I need to check the motors. The computers. Yep, we got enough. Got some. Do I got any other opportunity other than control seat, cockpit? Yeah, passenger seat. Just that. Control seat. From that point, that's online. Let's check. This. Let's turn the first one's steering off. That will be better. And also the suspensions will be a little bit higher maybe. Okay. From now on, I'm not disturbing the strength system because it's still stationary. When I get rid of these parts, it will be easier. What about that? Soon it will be depleted. Let's try to construct the connector on top of that. For now, it's the only missing thing. And after connecting that Planet Seeker, I'll work on something else. I guess I have attached some kind of connection system on that. We will see. So what was I up to? What was I up to? What was I up to? I think, yep. For just 1 second, I forgot what I was up to. Let's make it somewhere tube top of that zone and the connector top of that thing will be needed with some steel plates. Alright, it will be a little bit interesting to connect that thing on top of that because it can cause me some kind of issues about my center of mass. Maybe I should have thought on attaching some kind of gyro, but I don't have enough iron right now because I haven't brought any. I was just expecting to finding that monolith and leaving that place without any kind of need for returning back. But with that thing, it will be better. What about, first of all, let's leave all the things in my including, yep. Then let's try to construct them. I think I have attached some kind of automated docking system on that, but I'm not sure. Let's check. Yep, we got some kind of docking system attached already. Am I correct? Yep. I guess that should be timer block. Let's check it. Setup actions. Yep, it's turning off the reactors. With that way, this thing won't drain power through that reactor system. So that means it's the ideal time for flying on top of that. Connect. All right. Connection done properly. What about that? If it's totally depleted, we should be out of power. No, we are not. All right. About that connector, I should be turn that thing into used for parking to another state. Let's use that park button. Okay. Let's get rid of these parts. I guess we had drained enough power through that thing. What the? Or not? Interesting. We still got some power that can be used. That's interesting. I know. Hmm. Ah, so let's transform that thing into ship. Buy one. Let's get rid of these. Right. And automated. From now on, I got an interesting carrier. So, whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, brakes are not working as functional as I want. Let's try to work on these a little bit. Highest offset will be like that. Strength should be increased a little bit. Yep. 12% should be better. Okay, that should be better. From that point, we are heading to that dome. I should be careful with that thing because this one doesn't hold any kind of gyros. If it begins spinning somehow, I won't have any other possible way for controlling that thing. But at least we can travel around. So I want a manual save in case we need it. Let's try to look a little bit far from my traveling vehicle because with that way I'll have a better visual angle. All right. If I remember correct, This place just holds some hillside on my frontal side, and that can be the only place after passing by that zone. It should be a really wide way to go. Sorry, a straight way to go. When I try to brake, I'm trying to be careful because it has a little bit interesting angle. Fortunately, that place which I have attached my Planet Seeker four-wheeler thing. Well, caused me some difficulties about the visual angle. All right, getting close to the dome. Yep, we are getting close to that dome. SCMU beacon. Think that's not the place I was looking for all the time. I'm talking about that mountain. It doesn't look as if holding the all right, I will be careful. I'm seeing some boulders around, which will be a difficult task for me. And yep. Whoa, 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 whoa. As you have seen, I was talking about that. That's the type of disaster I was thinking of. Luckily, it caused me that much problem. But at least we have found some kind of dump spot. It looks as if a trade station. Yep, with a beacon. It's a trade station. Done. And we got some data pads. We got some contracts, some air system store, which holds hydrogen. That's useful, and I'll eat some at the same time. Hydrogen can be obtained through here, not bad. And that doesn't look that much expensive. So I can think combine that. Nice. I need to find out if that zone holds any kind of atmosphere, which I can use for farming some power. Contracts, holding, acquisition, superconductor. That's the reason which I have searched all the space field for gold. We're just farming gold. Usually I can complete that easily because I already got enough power for sending me from here to some other system with my jump drive. But it will be easier after completing a second one. As you've seen, it has some data paths, but I can't see them through here. Why? Amount zero, huh? Alright. Why? Price for unit. How much will be bought? The hmm, interesting. Do I got any kind of spot that I can fit my ship? Maybe that spot could be useful. And I can attach some kind of antenna. Hmm. I need to check some things first. I don't want to work on forming any kind of station around here because it will include the work of farming some iron without any kind of farmer. Maybe for that kind of purposes, I can think on forming some kind of drop ship attached to my main ship. For a capital ship, it could be ideal. For these kind of tasks, it could be useful. Still looking for monolith. But I found something better. Well, I found a dome. No, I found that thing, and I found a dropship which I dismantled and formed some kind of carrier for my planet seeker. I know that's looking weird, but it's functional. I drive by that thing for 8 kilometers, and I'll try to check around a little bit. Luckily, I got some money in my ATM. I'll attach a GPS coordinate in here. Where was my GPS station? Yep. And which one? SCMU. Station. Let's copy that. New from current position. Paste. SCMU. And that belongs to P2. Alright, from that point I can find that one easily, and I got my carrier in here. And I'll leave that carrier in here. I don't have any kind of work fits on that. At least I'll know that I left something close to that thing. So let's try to drop top of that. Alright, park, turn off the thrusters. Let's check that one if we got any kind of problem or not. Alright, it's suitable. So I can leave it like that, and it won't have any kind of problems in next 14 days. I can also think on forming some kind of base around here with the parts I've salvaged, because I still got some parts in here. But I won't bother on that. And maybe I can dismantle these for... Huh. Let me check. I guess I have found a way for farming a million. Is that acquisition contract tip? Huh. 400. Actually, that's an easy task for a million. Wish I've seen that kind of contract when I was on both side of Anthill. But unluckily, IGDV doesn't need these kind of parts that much. 1K steel plate. It's an easy thing to farm for a million. Any other acquisition? Reactor components, blah blah. Another acquisition. Interior plates, 700. I don't want to work on that zone that much because I got some things in my mind. But luckily, I found a spot for buying hydrogen. If I can connect that thing Let's try to check if it's possible or not. Check if I can land on that zone. It won't fit like that. Let's try to reshape it. It. Maybe it can fit. Let's try to align it perfectly first. All right. Now the reactors are gone. All right. So it's out of power. Hmm. All right. Let's try to turn the batteries on. I have seen some hydrogen. Planet Seeker, hydrogen. Tank, I guess that's it. Why? Not working. Let's try to understand. Hydrogen tank includes 318K. Let's try to buy again. That's a huge amount, I guess. 318K. Oxygen, cargo container, hydrogen. Alright, buy. I have bought it twice. Let's try to understand how much will there be. Alright. It's the price for 1 kiloliters. Hmm, not that bad. Not that bad. For the whole 500 times 153 or 75K, I can refill my tank. Not a cheap task, but at least it can be affordable. For now, no, that's the ideal amount. It will be close to 100%. Am I correct? Yep, close to. Yep, I've calculated it correct. So we will fly again. We'll fly again. Again, 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 again. Dock, First state again, then turn all the systems online, land, I guess that's not the correct spot. Let's fly. Hope this will be it. Just hope. Because it looks as if it is. Because it looks as if it is. And if it holds a dome close to it, it will be a total surprise. It will be a total surprise of that game for me. It will be a total surprise for that game. Gives me a little bit. Gift as my workforce. I can even think on constructing some kind of base stationary around that dome for increasing my relationship state easily with some piston driven drills and some refineries. I guess that zone holds some kind of atmosphere which doesn't hold any oxygen in it, but still it can be useful for forming wind power. That can be something that we can think on. But if it's the monolith, I'm done on that planet for now. That can be a task for later. I'll just try to form a wind turbine system with antenna because I can be in need of that kind of system. I think a touchdown is up ahead, so let's lift ourselves a little bit. It looks as if the zone I'm looking for, it's the correct spot. Try to travel a little bit forward. Please, please, please. Please hold the monolith. Please hold the monolith. And I will be done on that planet. Totally. I found a possible source for buying some hydrogen, and that's something else. Not looking as if holding some kind of crater. Or is it? It's looking as if holding some kind of crater. Come on, come on, please. I guess that's it. I guess that's it. Come on. That should be the zone. But where's the monolith? That's the spot I was looking for. That's the spot. Are you kidding me? I'll check it again. That should be the zone. Hmm. Maybe I'm checking the wrong side. That should be the exact mountain which I was looking for all the time. What the? What has got happened? I've got some wholesome ice, which I can think on farming. Right, let's turn on the flying systems. That should be it. Come on. Where is that? I don't want to use that F word. But where is that monolith? There should be it. I don't get it. Alright, that should be the correct spot. It doesn't hold any kind of monolith. I don't understand. Interesting. That should be the zone holding the monolith. For just 1 second, I have thought shadow could be the monolith. Or is that it? Another tiny gappy zone. That should be the exact zone for holding monolith. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't get it. I really don't get it. What the? That's the mountain I was searching for all the time. Because I am checking a video from another YouTube channel. Yep, that's the exact mountain which we were looking for. Or is it just look similar? It can be. Oof, after all that work done, we're just empty-handed. That's a total disaster. You've seen I bought some hydrogen, a good amount of hydrogen, and spend on. That's the zone which we. What the? What is. That's the zone which I had to find that monolith lying around. That's the zone which we need to find the monolith lying around, but it's not. Is that related to some kind of loading issue? Yep. Monolith should be in here. I don't get it. It should be in here. Or the world, the Mars. Talking about Mars. The planet holds too many similar type of mountains, which will be a total disaster for traveling around just like that. Totally interesting. Totally interesting. I was expecting to find the monolith in here, but no. We are heading out empty-handed. Soon I'll give up on searching for. Fly a little bit. Maybe I can see another similar type of mountain close to that zone. After flying a little bit. What the? You got another crater. Try to check that one. Another crater. Please, 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 please. Please hold the monolith in your crater, please. Not even looking as if holding something interesting. You're just totally empty-handed. Yeah, I'm checking a video released by Pandemic Playgrounds, and he suggested us to check that monolith by starting a new game. I'll try that. New game and star systems, story scenarios. Lost Colony, no. Learning to Survive, no. By the way, I got the DLC for Frostbite. Maybe later I'll work on that original content. Moon base, Mars planet. Yep. Start. He had suggested us to use that method for obtaining that achievement. He's telling us to right, launch detector, blah blah. Overhandling facility, keep out. If in a non-habitable world, this facility will allow you to provide breathable air and create hydrogen fuel. There should be some kind of vehicle we can fly by. Yep, there it is. That's the exact suggestion. He suggested us to use that thing to fly. And let me check it carefully. Which direction should I head to? Right after getting in. Hmm. He's just checking around. Because it holds some Atmon thrusters and it will have a huge time. Fly as much as we can. Let's try it that way. Because I'm not even sure, even if that monolith exists in my gameplay. Unfortunately, there's a tiny gap around that video. The only clue I got is he's heading towards that direction with the sun in front of us. Why I'm heading like that. And flying around with that way will be much more easier. And we had a quite good enough of good amount of well, quite good amount of power includes with some uranium reactors. So that means it will be ideal to check with that. And I guess that's the mountain we are looking for. Hope that's it. By the way, it looks as if that's the mountain I've found on my survival play. That's looking as if the mountain he have found. I hope that will be the correct one. If not, it will be a problem for my gameplay, 'cause I want to find that monolith today. 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 And my survival gameplay, I got two main aims and one more optional. First one is finding that monolith. Second one is completing the moonwalk. And the optional third one is reaching every possible planet and moon. That looks as if the mountain I'm looking for. Yep. If that's the correct mountain, we will achieve that monolith achievement sooner than we expect. Then I can leave Mars system and head for the moonwalk. And by the way, we already got some ice storage in our capital ship, so if I can head out till I can reach back to my ship, there won't be any problem about my hydrogen consumption, because it will refill. It will be refilled on the way back to moon. Of course, it will take quite a little bit time, but still, it will be. Because I already got a huge amount of ice stored in my capital ship for these kind of tasks. Unfortunately, because of finding that monolith, it took a long time. We had begun that work last week, but still working on. I guess that's the mountain he was checking for. Hope it will be the correct one. I don't want to use any kind of console command for reaching that kind of place. But the game is trying to make me a little bit mad about that situation. Let's climb up top. I can't even lift myself anymore. Yep. I guess we are at the edge. I guess we are at the edge of the atmosphere. Understand why he used that throw effect. Let's try to use that effect as well. Please, 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 I want to reach in that place. Should be a crater in here. And I need to reach in that place. We have reached to the crater. Yep, there's a place. He suggested us to find that monolith. Hope it will be there. Yep, there it is. The monolith. Unfortunately, the world I created wasn't holding that thing. Otherwise, we have found the correct spot. Let's go. Give me, give me the achievement. Come on. Hmm. Get within 5 minute radius of monolith. There it is. That's the monolith. Whoa, interesting. We can deconstruct the thing. I didn't know that. And we are done that monolith thing. As you've seen, I have found that place in my gameplay, but the monolith doesn't exist. So we are done with that game. Yeah. Of course, let's get rid of that save. What was that? Delete that one. Yep. And let's load that thing. The construction I have made have worked for the purpose I was reaching to. I was trying to reach for. It worked. But the only problem was that the monolith should exist in that crater. It's not. So we have done our first goal right now. And I got 50% of my hydrogen. So let's try to use the GPS coordinates. E2 orbit. I have left my ship close to an station. But you must be kidding me. That's the station. Space route P2. By the way, I am totally at the other side of that planet. Totally at the other side. So that means I got a long way to go. I got a really long way to go. Let's head back. We have completed that first goal for today, and the other one much more will be much more easier. Fortunately, as I told before, we got a really long way to go for reaching the spot my ship should be. I think we should have another station point around that place, but 2 kilometers. What's going on? SCMU. Okay, let's set down. Get some confusion. About these. Let's try to find out. By the way, alright. Check the GPS coordinates station. There was a station. Huh. No, I haven't left the ship in any kind of protected zone. That was around the moon. Let's head to that safe zone. I'll refuel my tanks and I'll head out. E2 SCMU 20 kilometers and space route P2 should be the zone which holds my ship close to. That means we got a way to travel, real way to long way to go. And I want to travel it. What the? DCDC, GCDC, or processing facility. Interesting. From time to time, these kind of places can attack me when I get close. That's why I'm thinking on landing first, saving, and then we'll try to reach there. Touchdown. Yep. Let's save first. Okay. Why travel that much from that station? That boulder. Alright. Identified craft. Uh, I got a broadcast for maintaining my distance. That means if I get close, they will attack me. Alright, close to that station, I'll buy as much hydrogen as I can. So I'm heading to that beacon. We are heading to that zone again. Turn on the dampeners. Close, 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 close. Dampening systems online. Why am I using hydrogen? Interesting. Ah, all right. I was trying to figure out why my electricity usage was increasing. Silver and silicon. Okay. Try to fly to that station for grabbing some hydrogen. Then we will be out. As you see, I need to have some kind of flyable ship for stationing on these type of spaces. On that thing, batteries should be turned to auto state. All right, with that way, it will be better. Let's check the hydrogen tank. How much should I buy? All right, 354 should be enough. Interesting. Oh, come on! It must be some kind of joke. Store is out of hydrogen. That's not the ideal time. What about selling? What kind of pieces they can buy from me? Interesting. Of course, the prototype scrap is an expensive thing. Uranium ingot is a highly priced thing. Reactor components as well. Nothing else. About acquisition contracts, iron ore, again, gravity component. That's the ideal way for farming money. But it needs different type of material that needs to be farmed first. Platinum ingot, 37. I guess I already got some in my ship, but not in here. If we were close to my ship, that will be the easiest task for me for now because I already farmed enough. I already got a huge amount of cobalt in my anthill base. But I can't reach. I can't reach it through here. We got the air tightness here. Now that base doesn't hold any hydrogen storage around. For now, I can't buy any. Fortunate. Hydrogen is gone. At least oxygen is still existing. If we had a problem, it should be the amount of oxygen, because that planet doesn't have any kind of breathable atmosphere. So let's try to fly and farm some ice. Try to fly on top of that. Try to land on that. Let's check the batteries. More batteries are on recharge mode. Yep. So, well, all right. At least I know what to do. I need to find a way for farming ice. Traveling that way is not the ideal thing to do. Let's go. Let's try to find some ice. Kill. I don't want to build any refinery. Do not force me to do cobalt. Another boulder. What you? Magnesium. Game's trying to force me to farm around that base. Which I'm not interested in. 26%. Please find some ice, please. Another boulder. And by the way, after farming some ice, I'll use that large four-wheeler for producing ice easily. Because with the larger ships, oxygen generator, it will be much more faster than it can be done with the tiny ship's oxygen generator. The only thing I'm about to work on is finding a suitable spot for farming ice. Or I can think on something else. I've seen another boulder in here. Let's check it. Actually, I can think on traveling. Because I already got a long way to drive. Maybe I can farm on my way. But if not, it will be a huge problem later. That's the exact problem right now. That's the exact problem. And I didn't even see any kind of mining zone. What the? Damaged antenna. If it's not a trap, you're good. Damaged antenna. I need to see the owner of that antenna. If it's unknown, I'll dismantle it totally, and I can think on attaching that antenna on that four-wheeler. No, damaged antenna. That's another faction, merciless traders. In any case, I'll try to find out what kind of mysteries that damaged antenna holds. About that boulder. Again, cobalt. Okay, we got a really tiny way to travel for checking that place. We got that zone. Cobalt, silver, cobalt, silver. It should be holding one more thing, but it doesn't have anything for me. Nickel, pass by. Damaged antenna. It looks as if it's holding a functional gun. Interesting. It's a drop pod silicon. I'll get close by its backside because it holds a Gatling turret on top of that. Okay. Access denied. If I just hit it that way with my grinder, it will drop my relationship state with that faction. Is there any other way for getting inside? If that was an unknown ship, it could be a better addition for my arsenal because it holds a hydrogen thruster, and that should be an ideal way for heading out with the same test. And also, it has a working uranium reactor. As you have seen, it has dropped my relationship state with them a tiny bit. About that. Okay. Corridor, narrow. That one should hold some things. Access denied. Money. Set bookshelf. Luckily, we are still in the state of friendly thing. Let's try to collect them back to my ship. I don't wanna hold them with me also. And we have found some money. Money, money, money. Must be funny in the rich man's world. Da, na, 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 na. What about these 3 barrels? Just decorative items. It's controlled. Blah. Interesting, nothing interesting. Grab them. Get in the unfriendly state with them. It should be all. Yep, it should be all. Because I don't want to drop my faction. Another thing, the only thing I couldn't check is that lockers. I don't think there will be a huge amount of thing that needs to be grabbed. For that reason, I'm not bothering on that. I'll just leave. And that's a rotating light. All right, that's a run. There's no other place for collecting any other thing. I still need some. I still need to find some ice. On. Blah, let's try to find a spot for farming some ice. If I can handle it in here, that will be a good addition for my work. What kind of thing can be farmed through here? Magnesium. What else? Silicon. Alright, nothing suitable for me. There's another boulder and another mining zone. Let's find out. I think you can see the white dots surrounding the terrain. These giving me the clue about the farmable resource type. Nickel, ice. Yep, last. Nickel and ice, and what else? There should be something else. Ice, nickel, ice, nickel, ice, ice, nickel, ice. Feel just nice. Just nice. Yeah. Okay. It's directly under the surface, so that should be the exact zone for copy name, copy new from current position, P2, line. Nice. That's a suitable location. Let's begin. Let's grab them. Some stones still. I'll get rid of them. Let's send them out. Why can't I get rid of that? I can. Remember that I had a way to get rid of them totally out of the map. And that's it. Using your grinder for that purpose is the only way for getting rid of them without working on them. Let's dig, 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 dig. I'll need some mice for heading out. After all that much work, still still I'm trying to farm some resource. This way to farm some ice around that zone. I guess they are trying to produce some. Yep. Let's go down a little bit more. I'm trying to get away from that stony zone. That way I won't need to work on getting rid of them. Alright. Let's leave them in here. And again, that one. Not bad. I found different type of weaponries. Not bad. You've seen when I got deeper, I got a better farming rate. That's why I'm trying to get deeper a little bit each time. I'm not interested in forming any kind of refinery around. That's why I'm not focused on obtaining any other type of resource. And from now on, actually we are done on that planet. So after farming these, I'll head back to the large four-wheeler. I haven't renamed it. Maybe we can rename it as Mars Large Four-Wheeler. Simple name for reminding where is its stationary. Right? Still trying to farm a little bit more each time, and 20k have passed. Not bad. Not bad at all. And I'll leave these resources to that four-wheeler as well because I don't have any kind of possible way to use them. Also, I'll leave these ones as well. But right now, I'll need a tiny short break as you can expect. The nature is calling. I'll be back in no time. Don't go anywhere, but don't go anywhere. I'll be back in no time. Back again. And in that time, I've calculated which one should be better for traveling back to my ship. The first way is using the four-wheeling opportunity for less hydrogen consumption on the way, then lifting myself to the ship. That was my first opportunity. And the second opportunity is lifting myself to the orbit and traveling through there. And then I realized that if I use my four-wheeler, I will travel with 50 meters per second speed when I try to travel through the land. And it will take around 20 minutes for just 60 kilometers. But in another way, if I use orbit, I'll have a longer way to travel through because the distance will increase about the radius I'm traveling around, because we are traveling around the sapphire and the radius will increase, so the exact distance will be increasing as well. But in the space, I'll use a tiny bit amount of hydrogen, and I will be using the speed 100 meters per second. So I guess lifting myself to the out of orbit, will be a better way to travel around. But it needs to be calculated properly. But still, I got a long way to go. It will take around 20 minutes at least to travel back. So I need to be so sure about my ice mount. Then I'll head back to heading out. Why am I carrying ice with? Sorry, what am I carrying iron with me all the time? I didn't even realize. It's increasing my mass, so it's also increasing my hydrogen consumption. Alright, let's farm a little bit more. I'll need to fill my whole cargo area with them. In any case, I'll need to wait till my system produce me some hydrogen. So in that time, I can farm some more. It will give me a better result. So let's mine a little bit. Soon, soon I will be out here. What the? Right, my bad. Accidentally found my way. Where is my? Let's collect these. I found my own pathway. That was funny. I can get rid of these. I guess that will be enough. We'll learn soon. Let's head back. You get a nice mining zone as well, with a 7 kilometers distance to travel through. And traveling that distance will take around 2 minutes. And as you've seen, I have left my ship around that P2 space route. Stops. We got a nice farming zone. If I want to increase my relationship state with them, this point will be needed. So that zone will be showing me all of them, and they are in a little bit deep state. It doesn't matter. GPS coordinate, blah blah. Copy near from current position. Yep, there we are. Gold, silver. If I want to farm some money, gravity component is an ideal way for farming money with acquisitions. And from time to time, I can be in need of gold. Let's head back. As I've told, I have a long way to travel back, but afterwards, heading back to Moon will be an easy task. Unfortunately, I can't form any kind of pathway heading directly from here to there because it's totally at the other edge. That's why I'm interested in flying up top and forming a new space route. It will be really, really, really better than jumping to the other edge of that planet whenever I am whenever I will be in need. What's that? It should be cobalt as well. Am I correct? Silver. Alright, I got a binding zone. It's still trying to produce some hydrogen for me. That's a good thing. Soon I'll leave that place. So let's try to dock on top of that. Because I got a huge amount of resource needs to be transferred. Alright, let's fly. It's a little bit heavier than before. That's why it's a little bit complicated. So, did we got any kind of damage in here now? Nice. Alright, not bad. So, I need to make some renovations around after carrying the goods because I don't want to travel with any of these solar panels. Alright, batteries, silicon should be sent in here, iron can send in here. And what about these again? Let's check. not talking about weaponry. They can stay with me. Uh, Assembler. Again, assembler. Because I'll just disassemble them. It should stay with me. Cosmic Coffee, Clank Cola, Med Kit, Power Kit, Ice, Ammunition, and some weaponry. S10, S10A. I guess I don't have a suitable ammunition type for these, so I can think on getting rid of that as well. Yep. I don't have a suitable ammunition for A. So it can go on producing some hydrogen for me. Ideal. Okay. What was I up to? I need to have an oxygen generator installed in here. Through that way, maybe. Where was that? Life support systems, oxygen generator, yep. And I want to leave a gap in here in case I want to work on that later. Should be the way, yep. Let's climb up top. All right. It will be built easily. It will be much more easier than before. Let's check. Hydrogen tank. Yep. Production rate increased, and I'll grab ice with me in total. What else? Nothing interesting for now. After a little bit waiting, it will be filled. Then I'll fly. Yep. Production rate has increased. I'll rename that thing as well as, yep, Mars Planet 4-wheeler. That will be the name. That will be the name. That should be the name. And our next destination will be Moon. And increasing my relationship state with some of these factions will be quite easier. With the amount of resource in my anthill base, I can think on working with that IGDV place on there. Maybe I should buy the data pads from here. Let's head back. Do they still exist? Let's check. Yeah, it has vanished. As you've seen right now, it holds some hydrogen, and next time it won't. And what about contracts? Guess I already got enough for that, but I don't want to spend it right now. Uh, I got that one already. Holding now, acquisition, ironing God. It's an easy task because we already got silver ingot. I can think on completing that thing. Completing that thing 472. Tell you why. They both will increase my relationship state. That's why I thought on working with these will be an ideal way for increasing my relationship state. Unfortunately, I don't have enough storage area. Let's try to leave them. And I'll grab the Mac. For, well, produce. How much will be needed? Well, wrong key. 284. 284. All right. Let's make another 100 because I'll need them. Let's check it again. What about that? 472. 472. All right. Let's go give them. This. By the way, you can recharge yourself through these stations. You can't recharge your ship through here, but you can recharge yourself. Accept contracts, finish. All right, my reputation have increased, and another reputation increasement have came. That's why you need to focus on holding contracts, because that's a real easy way to increase your relationship state. As you've seen, it doesn't have any long way distance to be traveled through. Actually, that's a long distance, but you will use your supercharger. So jump drives with superconductors, and it will be in 10 seconds. That's the exact reason. You will be reimbursed and rewarded upon completing the contract, but failing to do so will forfeit the collateral. It has a 45 minutes duration. You won't have the possibility of traveling that without any kind of jump drive likeness, but with a jump drive, it's a no time task. Alright, 14 silicon wafer. That can be done also. 14 silicon wafer will be easy. Alright, refresh, accept contracts, acquisition, 190, no, I don't have that much silver, refined silver. If we did, it will be a good money to grab through here. And in store, I got hydrogen, I got small railgun sabot. I guess that one needs uranium to product, and that needs you will grab back uranium when you turn them back. What the? That's why the rocket is a really price thing to buy or sell. Do we got any kind of sellable thing in here? Of course we got, but I'm not interested in money. I'm not interested in collecting money. Acquisition contract. Let's grab that 14 silicon. Farming a little bit resource, it will be easy. As you've seen, that's a cheap way to increase your relationship state with these kind of factions. SCMU. Finish. Confirm. Alright. What about acquisition? 36. Power cells. Blah blah. Explosives. Steel plate. Why are they paying that much for steel plates? I don't get it. I don't have that much cobalt with me for now. Too much silicon. Iron ore. I didn't have any kind of possible place for farming. Otherwise, it could be a better way for increasing my faction's relationship state. As you've seen, SCMU is 12 right now. IGDB is the highest one because that holds the trade station close to my first base, Anthill. Merciless constructors, merciless traders, blah blah. Specialized miners, specialized blah blah. We have increased our relationship state with them because of these. When I dismantled the when I dismantled the ship of this group, it increased my relationship state with them. Unknown doesn't hold any kind of relationship state. That's why you won't have any kind of activity that can be done with them. Declare war exists, but there's no declare war. Pro propose peace treaty, and it doesn't have any kind of function. So let's check it again. Do we got any kind of cheap way for increasing my relationship state? Other than iron ore, none of them looks as if suitable for my need. Let's grab the bottles back. By the way, yep, it's refilled. So in that time, we have managed to refill that. I'll grab back all the ice with me. Of course, it's trying to drain it back. Production, disassembling. We are not in a bad situation. Cobalt and silver have been brought through that welder. Control panel, oxygen generator. Automated push-pull. Enables the automated pushing pulling of items through conveyors now. Let's try it again. Yep, it worked. I don't have any other thing to be worked on. It's time to fly. It's time to fly. We are ready. I got a huge amount of ice in my storage. It should be enough for the way to go back. Where is my... Yep, there it is. Alright, let's try. Let's try to fly. I'll try to lift it manually. In these times, I'm thinking of wishing some kind of possible way to farming around these kind of planets. Wish I had worked on an automated launching sequence which fits for each planet. Because it could be a possibility after all that work done, I have realized it, that we could have worked on that by just attaching a movement block which should arrange itself to the correct positioning without having any kind of angle situation. Overriding thrusters should work in that state. And my planetational gravity is dropping right now. As you've seen, it has dropped down under 0.65 and dropping. Still dropping. That was my third planet, which I have visited. And there should be some kind of moon around here. I'm not even sure even if that one exists close to me or close to ship. I guess it should be close to ship. That's a new planet and new moon. And we just need to have a touchdown, I guess, for these kind of achievements. Before heading to the moon, I'm interested in traveling between them. Because each of them looks as if they are different planets. Or does that the moon of Mars? I'm not even sure. Right now, we are heading out of the orbit. We are heading out of the orbit. And as you've seen, my distance have increased 30 kilometers more. and we will travel with an angular way, not a direct way. After leaving the gravity field, I'll have a new waypoint or having a new jump point. Unfortunately, the monoliths haven't existed in my survival game. It should be related to the empty world thing. Probably that's the moon of that planet. Then I'll try to travel between them one by one. It will take a tiny time for me because each time after each jump, I will need to recharge my superconductor, and it should take a good amount of time. Close enough to the edge of the orbit. I don't need to spend any hydrogen, and as you have seen, we have used just 8%, but still producing some ice. Still producing some hydrogen with ice. That's something that needs to be on my mind when I try to calculate the process. And done. Oh no, close. Not done. But so close. That's why I'm not hitting spacebar anymore. Maybe just one more hit should cover my need. Elbow bit. That's why you need to think on placing some kind of station around the orbit which holds some laser antenna for controlling each of your base from one spot. Getting so close to the edge. Increase the speed a little bit because I want to fasten that process. So close, so close. Soon it will be done. Turn off dampening system, turn on the thrusters, and when I head out, I'll just turn on the dampening system and it will make me slow down. And I'll have a new route GPS point. Rename the other one as old. Soon we will be out of that gravity field. Soon. Yep, as you've seen, we are out of the gravity field. Let's turn on the dampener system. Wheels are not working. So, all right, you're done. Let's have a new GPS point. After, copy that name, and rename that one as old. That one will be the new part. So let's get rid of these. What the, where's my old one? Are you just kidding me? Huh, there it is. P2 new, P2 old. All right, new one belongs to here. Am I correct? Is a new one. We are. Let's get rid of some GPS coordinates because I don't want to see a crowded hot system each time. They won't be needed soon. And I don't want to see that station also. And I don't want to see that one also for now till we reach the old one. Interesting. The zone can be seen through the outer space. I didn't know that. As you've seen, we could be realizing that there's a giant mountain existent. Let's turn that one off. Alright, from now on, we'll travel in a safe mode. In some points, this travel will hit with that gravitational field, and I will need to work on that. Otherwise, it will be a long distance to travel without any kind of work need to be done. If I had just a direct path to travel through, it should take, yep, as you've seen, we are dropping down. Let's increase my altitude a little bit. Actually, my altitude is not dropping down. Yep. Just the terrain level is increasing. We should directly hit to the moon until at there. That should be the moon of Mars. That old spot should be the zone with my ship because I remember as if I have left that ship at there. We will learn if it's correct or not when we get close a little bit. It will take around half an hour, maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure about that, but it's a long time travel because of lackness of my jumper. We can have that kind of thing from time to time. Prototech has a jump drive that can be attachable on some tiny ships, but we don't have any tiny jump drive in standard mode. So that's why Prototech parts are so important for these kind of situations. If I had just one jump drive attached on that thing, it should took just 10 seconds. That's the time needed to jump. Actually, it will take more than half an hour because of the angle I'm using. Maybe I could have used my thrusters in the orbit. Actually, it should be the best way, but it should be the most expensive way to travel. Try to rearrange the angle. I guess that's the moon of Mars. I should touch down on that as well. With that way, I'll get rid of another travel needs to be done for completing another achievement later. Another one will be completed. No, no, I'm dropping down. Over me. No, 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 no. We won't drop down. We won't drop down. Actually, I can use that zone. Yep. That would be the best possible way for traveling around. Still dropping down. Each type of speed has a different type of limitation. If you're traveling with a ship with your thrust power, it's around 100 meter per second. If you drop down, it's 104 meters per second. That's the exact reason my speed is dropping down right now. Because with that angle, I'm also lifting myself each time my dropping speed decreases. So my total speed is decreasing as well because we are getting rid of that dropping thing. So we are getting closer each time, each time, each time. And that's the perfect time for heading to the moon. Again, open in real time. Some kind of arrangements can be done for these kind of tasks because the mass is stable and you can calculate the gravity fields, gravity, what the, you can easily calculate the amount of force power needs to be spent on each time for staying in just in the orbit. Actually, when you station yourself in the orbit, you won't use any kind of material or power for staying in there because there will be an internal force pulling you through the planet and you have a angular velocity stabilized with that gravity field. But I don't know how can I arrange that kind of thing in here. I don't know. And also it's not a suitable way for that game because we leave the ship from time to time. What's going on? What's going on? I need to travel back to my ship. I hope that's the exact zone where I left my ship. If not, it will be a huge disaster. As you can see, it still exists. Where is that? Rock Space Seeker. It still exists. By the way, I think I forgot to rename that. Yep. All right, all right. I won't work on that. Okay. It's still traveling by itself. And right now I need to grab my smoke. So just wait a second. I'll be here. Back again. So getting closer. That means around 15 minutes will be needed for traveling that distance. And as you've seen, that's the moon of Mars. So when I'm here, I need to touch down on that after finding my ship. That's my first priority right now. I'll find my ship. I'll find my ship and jump to that moon. Then we will make a touchdown. If I had any kind of idea what I was looking for, I could have checked it from the outer space, and it would be much more easier for us to handle that task. I could have found out that monolith didn't exist in my gameplay. But that's a disturbing thing, actually. Maybe that's the reason why I haven't found the monolith in Moon. I had searched monolith on Moon also, which we haven't seen any. Maybe that can be the reason. Maybe that can be the reason. Maybe that can be. I guess I will handle the angler issue soon. After that angler issue resolved, I will have the opportunity of calculating the exact amount of time will be needed for that travel. Let's rearrange that angle. I am trying to find my ship, and unfortunately we are at the other edge of that planet. That's why it took so long. But at last we did. We did. Really, I wasn't expecting to spend that tiny amount of hydrogen for heading out of the orbit. That was an interesting thing for me because I was expecting to spend much more. In today's stream, I told about to be needed around 50%. It should be around 50%. I was expecting that, but I guess it's around 15% because I already got some ice which is refined into hydrogen at the same time. That's why I can calculate the possible proper amount of hydrogen needed. And unfortunately, my direct path will have interrupted with the gravity field. So at least in last 50 kilometers, I should see a signal. That's my whole expectation because it has a huge amount of power and already got a huge amount of uranium resource installed on. Uranium ingots stocked on that, a huge pile. So sooner we should be seeing the broadcasting signal of that ship. If not, it's the exact problem. Because there's no other way for finding the exact zone where the frog ship exists. And by the way, as you see, just one oxygen generator will be enough for traveling around the space because you won't need that much hydrogen when you are trying to travel around freely. 65 kilometers have left and decreasing. And yep, that's the moon of Mars. We will need to reach there as well. I'll just land on that thing, and when the landing count for that achievement, we will leave that zone. That's the only task for me for now. And also, I'm interested in completing Walk on Mars achievement for today. And I guess that's the end of the day. That will be the end of the day for today. Because I'm getting a little bit sleepy right now, and also I got some things to do tomorrow morning. That's the moon, that's another planet. Soon I should need to see it. We still dropping down? Not that fast. Actually, fast enough. Yep, the gravity field is pulling me inside. That's why. Gravity force increasing 0.06. At the edge, it's 0.05. It's dropping down right now. Please, I need to see an antenna distance. Please, soon, 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 soon. Please, please, I need to be remembering correctly. practice. At least we are heading to the correct way. And I guess that will be the last 10 minutes for reaching that zone. That should be the last 10 minutes. The gravitational tilt. Yep, that's the last 10 minutes, and we will be there soon. Mission Mars is completed. Of course, each mission should include some kind of stationary base. But right now, I don't need them. Of course, with some hauling quest, yeah, with some hauling jobs, it will be much more profitable traveling around. It will give me both a new direction to head with a station, and it will give me the opportunity of traveling whole universe. Decrease the angle a little bit. Soon I will reach my ship again, and we will jump back to. First of all, we'll jump that moon. Last 6 minutes till that touchdown. And I guess I haven't attached any kind of automated docking sequence because I wasn't expecting to make it frequently, which is a correct thing that I have realized early. Luckily, we haven't worked on that kind of thing. Luckily. Of course, I know that looks a little bit weird, but it's functional. It holds enough components for all my needs. I could have used some tiny blocks for some kind of shape purposes, but I haven't worked on that even. But it's working, and it's working much more better than I expected to see. The last 5 minutes, because I'm traveling 100 meter per second. That means in 10 seconds I'm traveling 1 kilometer. That means I am traveling 6 kilometers in each minute. That way you can calculate the needed amount of time for traveling from one spot to another. But that's a direct approach. You can just use it in no gravitational field zone. In a spherical system, it changes a little bit. Because for the correct estimation of the needed time, you need to know the exact distance from the center of mass of that planet. With that way, you can easily calculate the exact distance between you and that point. Geometry. But I'm not even working on that because it's not needed. Anyway, you will need to travel. But right now we have calculated it. which one should fit properly, because if I have used the wheel traveling way, it has a limitation around 40 and 50 kilometers between them. 40 and 50 kilometers per second, around 45. So my speed would have decreased drastically. Also, my distance would have decreased as well. But in any case, still, even if we have traveled through the wheels, we wouldn't have a direct path around the sapphire as well. That's why I give up on that, because rotating it around some kind of hills and some kind of places like that would cause me another issue. From time to time, we could have trouble. We could have some trouble. That's why I give up on that and decided to head out first and travel through the space, and it has given us a better result. I'll just try to calculate the exact needed amount of distance between this zone and my ship. It should be around 200 kilometers, I guess. That would be my expectation. Then we will station our ship out of the P1 moon. Okay, no, I wasn't thinking on working on that. About the route, let's rename that one P1 moon, because I'll have another jump point for that one as P2 moon. Yeah, right now I can see my Frog Space Seeker FSS. Last minute to reach my ship. Alright, the main ones are turned off, the tiny ones are on. Done. So let's, no, not enough. Let's try to turn on the dampening system, because I'm not heading through them. Last 2 kilometers. Going down. You miss me? Try to land it again. So from now on, I can get rid of that GPS coordinate, because it won't be needed again. Alright. Right. By the way, air tightness is covered by that part. This ship is not airtight. I know that. Maybe maybe it's airtight. Pressurize on, not pressure. Room pressure, not pressurized. Huh. All right, some kind of zone exists still, like that. A huge gap exists still, and another huge gap exists still. All right, so did I got any kind of need for other thing? Yep. Let's work on jumping to that zone. That one is count as okay. If I accidentally hit P, it will cause me another problem. Jump, drive, let's check. Line jump, 25, 8%. Let's try. Yep, let's try it again. Around 200 kilometers. Drop it to 7%. Try it again. Jump 6%. Try it again. Whoa, much more closer than I expected. 5%. Right. All right. 4%. No. Okay. That's right. 4.5%. Yep, that's better. Um, we are so close. So let's try to understand the fields. Ah, actually, we are so close. Try to travel a little bit. Gravity field shouldn't be a problem for me because that's a moon. But still, I'm acting a little bit cautious. Interesting. Explorer. I didn't need to land on. It count. I'll just have a GPS point in here. That's all. Info, no, GPS. Copy that name. New from current position. Rename. But that's P2 moon. Alright. And I don't want to see that one on hard. But interesting. Hmm. Alright, that's the correct way. So let's use the jump drive for heading back to the moon, to the moon. E1 moon. Select. Yep, there we are. And we will jump. Oh, what's that? Hmm, that's the trader. And did I got the GPS coordinate for that station? Nice. GPS. Hmm. What the? E1 moon. That's the name. Station. Okay. That should be the coordinate for that one. Let's check. There it is. Let's have another manual save, because I'll just leave that ship in here. I'm out of gravitational field. In case I need it. So for Max, we have a station in here and another one close to Mars base. Actually, I didn't got any base, but still, it's better. And I need to walk on Mars. That's all. 100, sorry, 1969. The exact time that Neil Armstrong landed. That's the honor of them. So I think we will reach it. Another achievement will be on board soon. Another achievement will pop up soon. Let's travel backwards. It could be happening in the middle of that thing. You've seen not that much distance. It's not in the gravitational field still, just 3 kilometers. You need to travel on moon with your foot, otherwise it doesn't count it. That's why I'm just running around recklessly. Hmm, So, so should happen. Should happen. Yep. Walk 1969 meters on moon. The exact year that Apollo team have landed on. So that's it. Another achievement have collected. And by the way, I could have seen my ship through that distance, I know, but I still want to be cautious about these kind of situations because we had interesting Max manufacturing facility. I'm not interested in. So, I'm returning back to my ship, and in the middle of that work, we need to head back to the asteroid base because there will be a huge amount of refined resource type at there. I have left a good amount of resource. So that's why I'll jump at there. Them. All of them are connected. All right. Jump drive. Jump drive. No, 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 no. That's my beacon. So, not P1 moon, P2 moon, blah blah. Where's my P1 orbit base? Station point, yep. Select. Coordinates are correct. And what the? What? That must be some kind of joke. It's not in the gravity field. Alright, let's get rid of that ship. Think, yep. Delete. I don't get it. Jump drive. Station point. Iron ice. Interesting. Pick another place. P1 orbit. Platinum. Select. You must be kidding me. I think we got some kind of interesting situation because platinum is not in the gravity field. Control panel. Something weird have occurred. Remove. Line jump. Again, try it. Current jump, 70%. Max jump distance. Interesting. It's not in the gravity field. Why is that count as gravity field? I don't get it. Interesting. E1 orbit. What did I got? Platinum. It's not in any kind of gravitational field. You must be trying to kidding me. Alright, let's try to jump a little bit manually. Jump drive, remove, blind jump, and 8% should be enough. Yep. Okay, that was weird. Again, try to use my jump drive. Select the base. Select. Okay, it's trying to recharge. It's out of the orbit. 98.49%. Yep. It could have occurred because we were so close. Maybe, yep, we were at the other side. That could be the exact reason also. Where's my station? Yep, there it is. After that much work done, I'm proud that I will land on that ship again, that station again, that station again. I'm feeling proud about that. It's trying to recharge, that's why it's 100%. We are getting so close to that zone right now. Zone right now. I can think on docking that thing, but it won't be needed. I could have just inserted that thing a little bit deeper. It could have landed with that landing gears without leaving that ship. But that zone needs to be used in that way. True. At last, we have managed to reach our space station after that work done. Because I have collected two new achievements. One of them is related to Monolith. Unfortunately, I haven't managed to obtain in that world because the Monolith didn't exist. Or maybe it existed in some place else, I don't know. And the other one is Walking on the Moon, which I had expected to obtain last week actually. But in any case, we are back in here. Yep, we are back in here, and from that point I can check my P1 station orbital station's inventory. Let's check. As you see, we have made a little bit of these. What the? Hmm. All right. They are still trying to refine. Let's grab these for understanding what's going on. What the? What's missing? Are we out of cobalt yet? Okay, that what the? No, we got some. What's missing? Ah, okay, I was carrying all the things with me. No, not Anthill. Prop Space Seeker. Let me check. Yep, I was carrying all the gold slot with me. That's why it occurred. But it doesn't matter. I'm not bothering on that. Because right now, we will have a huge amount of refined resource in here. P1 orbital station. Let's check it again. Cobalt, platinum, blah blah. Let's grab a huge amount of cobalt have refined in here. Huge amount of platinum refined in here. Again, cobalt have refined and platinum have refined as well. So they're still trying to refine platinum in each. Okay. So I can split these one into these two. And yep. That way it will be better. We will have a better result. Still is trying to refine platinum, but I got 693 platinum ingots already. And still we got some. These will be refined soon also. And also in Proc Space Seeker we hold some as well, as you've seen, in case I need them. I was carrying some. And from that point, we will have a huge amount of cobalt needs to be used for thruster components. I already got enough thruster components for completing one more large iron thruster, and next week we will complete the second one. But for now, I'll just try to dock that thing because it will be needed after unloading that ship. So let's try to unlock that thing. Right? Be careful. Because there's no gravity. For that reason, I will leave it with the hydrogen thrusters online. Yeah, with that way. Because there is no field that can make it stay still. Let's connect that ship again. Let's connect. I think we got some kind of can attached for that purpose. Of course. Of course, we got some kind of ship for landing around here. Should be the correct spot. That correct way. And let's turn the reactors off. Why does it happen? But they got turned off. And we should have working batteries. I don't understand. Something is draining the power from them. Alright, the reactors should work. We have came back to the station. We have came back to the station. After a little bit travel, we have returned. And that's a nice visual. Kinda like it. And whenever I look through here, I feel proud. So for this week, we are at the end of our session because we have done too much things. Yep. Of course, I could have done traveling around. I could have complete that traveling around thing and could have ended the season, but I got another thing in my mind for completing that frog ship. That's why. I wouldn't bother on that. And also, I want to work on befriend 3 factions. It could be a good way. And also, some other achievements still exist. So we will work on them later. But for today, we are at the end of our session. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed, and as you've seen, I'm enjoying as well. See you in the next week. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.